We will call the meeting to order at 10:03. And we have an agenda in front of us. Is there any additions?
Mr. Chairman, we have an addition to talk about the joint fire agreement. It's in there.
What was that?
Yeah, sorry. An addition to the in-camera session to discuss the joint fire agreement with town of Stettler.
Okay.
And that's all administration has.
And where would we put that?
We put that in camera.
13.1.
13.1.
Okay, anything else? Councilor Spielberg,
I'll move the agenda with the addition.
call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Number 3, minute approval for 3.1.1 is our regular council meeting, March 12th, 2025. And 3.1.2 is a regular council meeting, March 27th, 2025. Now that we're running 2 council meetings per month. Is there any errors or additions? Councilor Gender?
Please.
Okay.
Yeah. Just add one thing. Should we do an introduction?
I will as soon as I'm done the minute approval. Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. We will do introductions now. We've got no one extra online, but somebody extra in the chambers. Gregory?
Greg Jackson, Director of Operations.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Any gender, Stettler Ward, good morning.
Paul McKay, Denota Red Roll Ward.
Dave Grower, I'm Big Valley's counselor.
Larry Clark, Both Gadsby, and Reeve.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Good morning, Les Spielberg. By Morandier.
James Snyder, Gersten South, Warden.
Sharon Larson, Tax and Assessment.
Andrew Bridget, Director of Municipal Services.
You got Cassidy, CU.
Back over to you.
Era Fisher, Assistant Manager of Agricultural Services.
Krista Cornelison, Director of Corporate Services.
Of Strategic Initiatives.
And you are.
And you're all wondering who the heck I am.
Yes, yes.
I'm actually the Deputy Farmers Advocate. I'm here for the bee issue a little bit later.
Oh, welcome.
Yes, welcome. What's your first name?
Janet.
Janet. Okay, Janet. Welcome. Okay, and with our delegations, that will be at 10:30, the B issue. And then we have our financial audit at 11 o'clock. So we will go into new business. And 7.1, request for decision, reapproval of, no, that will be after our 5.2, so it will be 7.3. Request for decision, request for tax penalty cancellation, page 20 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sharon, did you want to speak to this?
We had a request from a ratepayer regarding the forgiveness of the November 24th penalty, 2024 penalty, and February 2025 penalty. We received his payment November, I believe, 5th. In your package, you'll see the envelope that was stamped. It was clearly after our deadline. And so we sent out the penalties as per our bylaw. So we'll just leave it to.
Councilor Gender?
The part that kind of bounced me on here, like he missed or he's complaining about the 10% in the November, but then also in February. So for like, I'm just kind of wondering, okay, why, if they would come to due, why was it not paid prior to the February penalty being?
He didn't send in his request until February 20th.
And I get where you're coming from, Mr. Gender, is that I hear what you're saying. If he would have paid up totally, it would have been taken care of.
So this, we're strictly talking about the basically the penalty forgiveness. It's not a tax forgiveness, it's penalty. So it would have been the penalty from November 1st and then the penalty on that for February 1st? Yeah. Councilor Nyberg?
So what are, and I'm looking at this, trying to figure out the numbers. So we talk about 10% on February 1st. What's the, on February 1st, what would his penalty have been? An amount of $10.91?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the stuff that came on February 1st. The penalty amount for $1 or 136.46 would have been the stuff that came November 1st. And all this is just penalty stuff.
Councilor Stolberg?
Well, the envelope was clearly postmarked November 4th. The county didn't receive it till November 5th. The tax notices go out in June. They've got many, many, many months to pay. And everybody knows that they're due by the end of October. So I'm prepared to make a motion for option 3, that the council advise the ratepayer that the request has been denied or.
Denied is probably more. Questions, concerns? Councilor Grover?
I don't know, we never had the post office thing, and then I wouldn't be in favor of number 3.
We didn't have a post office thing.
Well, we didn't have, there was no service, right?
We had a strike, or had a strike.
I'm with tax.
Not in October.
All of our stuff went out clearly before the postal strike. We've had several other ratepayers that were sent their notices. And they were paid by November 7th, 8th, 14th, and 15th. So it wasn't that he shouldn't have got his notice.
Just so we're clear, the Canada Post strike that was in November of 24 began on November 15th.
So mail was as per normal.
Absolutely, it was.
That was your point. Okay. Any other questions? We have a motion for item number 3, that the request has been defeated. Call the question. All in favor? That is carried. 7.4, request for decision, request for waiver of interest charges, page 27 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I received this request. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. This is to do with the development at the lake. He did come in and meet with council. Then he did bring up to date some of the invoices that he had received. It's up to council whether or not you want to waive the interest.
Councilor Gender?
It appears that there's 2 different items on there. There's one for calcium,
Right.
and then there's one for the water. Can we have a breakdown on what those are?
Are they not attached? Didn't attach those, sorry. Apologize. The calcium one is quite low. It's the major part of it, I think it's the water. Yeah.
Stolberg?
Well, I think the ratepayer wanted to talk to council before he settled that account because he was expecting maybe he would get a bit of a reduction because it was such an anomaly that the depth was so double what was expected or whatever. And as it turned out, I don't think there was any credit or something given to that. So I think that's why the wait. So I would be prepared to make a motion that the interest be forgiven on the water portion because he did pay it, I'm assuming after he found out that we weren't going to move on that amount, but not the interest on the calcium portion.
The water has been partially paid. And the rest he's waiting to enter into an agreement with us to debenture the rest.
So the overall water charge.
A large, I would say 2/3 of the bill was paid, basically.
I'm just curious, I want a little more information about time frame. How long of a span is this interest applying to? How long since you received the bill before they came in to speak with us? I get Councillor Stuhlberg's point. If he got a bill in the following month, he requested a delegation. Well, that makes some sense. If there was a 9-10 month span in between, I'm not quite as on board.
The finance charges just started accruing in December. He did ask for a delegation, or, well, he did start discussing with administration at that point and exchanging, and I do feel that from that point forward, he did act diligently.
So that's for the water portion, or that's for?
Both portions. That's when we first started accruing interest on it.
So the original water amount was like 142,474, and that was to hook up with basically access to the two systems. And then he paid 63,400, leaving a balance of 79,74, and that was what the interest was calculated on, and it's running about roughly $1,200 a month. So it was accumulating from December 1st to April 1st. And that is, I think he's looking to debenture the 79,000. If you don't forgive the interest, maybe you'll put interest on that. And then with the calcium, got it right here, sorry. He was billed in August. And then we corrected the invoice and sent it out again in September. And then he's been accruing finance charges since December. And it was $6,942.60. And his finance charges were running $200 a month, so $600. And then he paid the bill, and then the balance, which is the interest, was running about $10 a month. So looking at $643.68 in finance charges on the calcium. Is that clear, or did you need more?
No, that's sufficient.
Any other comments? We have a motion on the table to forget water, but to continue.
Does that include waiving additional charges as the water debenture continues, or just at its current state to the counselor who is?
Just at a current state, that's a, once they enter into that debenture, that's all we, yeah.
Carrying it to the time that the debenture is finalized.
So the motion is to forgive the accumulated interest as of April 1st. That's the last time our statements went out, in the amount of 670602. About 6,100 of that is the water. And waiving any additional charges until the proposed water debenture agreement has been.
Yeah, that makes sense. Till the debenture's in place, then
What is the timing on that?
that shouldn't be.
It's in our court, basically.
It's in our
So, okay, so I would suggest.
Yeah, that sounds fair, because otherwise, if you weren't doing it that way, you could stretch it for months and months and
Right,
months.
so we're hoping to have it completed in 30 days, but our corners of our desks are getting pretty bogged.
I've got a question though, because Council Stolberg said it was on the water portion.
Right.
You once again brought in the water and the calcium. Is it strictly the water portion, or is the motion to forgive
The
all? of it?
motion that Councilor Stillberg,
Just to the water part, the calcium, I mean, I think they kind of knew what the situation was.
Okay, just so we're clear when we vote on it.
In my opinion, there wasn't nothing unusual about the calcium application where there was something about the water installation.
Okay. Any other questions?
And then just to know, this interest isn't something that it's a penalty that we are, right? So, yeah. It's not like it's costing us other than we've carried that money for a while.
So it has cost us an interest though.
Yeah.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. 7.5, request for decision, Bymore Centennial, page 29 of the package.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can probably get Chrissy to speak to this, but we just wanted to recognize Bymore Centennial, which is occurring, I think, June 9th of this year. Chrissy's done some great research and come up with some, I think, really good ideas. My personal preference is the bench because you don't have to water it. Not a lot of maintenance. Basically, Greg can cement it in and we're done.
Is that your green thumb coming out?
It is, totally. But I'll let Chrissy speak to it.
Let's finish.
As council is aware, talking too quietly, just thought loud.
As council is aware, Bymore is celebrating their centennial this year, and the county is already participating in their parade, which I believe is scheduled for June 7th. And our float will actually profile that it is Bymore Centennial within the float itself. But we also felt that council has set a precedent to be supportive of communities celebrating milestones, which I have provided a table to illustrate what we've done in the past, and would like for council to have an opportunity to discuss this further should they choose to be intentional with Bymore's celebration.
It doesn't, personally, it doesn't really matter to me how we recognize it, as long as we do recognize it from the county. I mean, it's been a part of our county for longer than we've been a county, I guess. So I'm going to start with what pleases the CEO. I'm going to make a motion for recommendation 1 with one's the bench, isn't it? Yeah. With our plaque on it.
Questions, concerns? Councillor Gender?
Like, I'm just kind of wondering, like, we're going to be providing a float. So should it also be and number 4, not or?
I think floats are separate.
Yeah, we always send floats to any, it's kind of, I guess we don't really have a policy, unwritten policy that any event within the county of Stettler that a float is requested, we send ours.
It goes without saying we're going to need it.
But like in here, it says 4.
We don't need permission from council to send the float.
Yes, number 4 is basically given an option instead of having a negative motion that all of you do. It's a flow.
Christy?
I was going to say what Andrew shared.
Justin?
I'm supportive of the motion, but I'd like to point out that we have done other things as well. This isn't the only contribution we're making. There was some RSPF funding to get a mural that was associated with their centennial, and we have done other things. So it's not strictly a bench is all we're doing.
Any other questions or comments?
Just one that I think the county always makes sure that when these celebrations happen, that we make sure that the hamlet is in tip-top shape. When Botha had theirs, we spent probably 5 to 6 days of probably 9 to 10 people out in the village of Botha. We painted, we did painting, and then the kids came along and helped us. And we mowed and filled in holes, and we gravelled roads. And yeah, we make sure that the hamlets are in great shape when they do this.
Councillor Grover?
So we should do the same for Big Guy, what difference it make, or for Bymore.
Yeah, Bymore has a contract with us, and where they look after the maintenance, and they will make sure it looks good. No doubt.
I was just going to say that because we did, with Botha, we were a little slow getting maybe some of the grass cut, and we did have to work a little extra to get that done. It did look tip top. There was
Yeah, it did. It was really nice.
I must say the county does step up when communities having a major event like this. I know even when Andiang had done their centennial, the county come in and help with quite a bit of cleanup beforehand. And yeah, I think we're proud of our little communities within our county, and I think this is just a good way to show the pride we have in these communities when they celebrate.
Councillor Grover?
Because we have equipment like 2 zero-turn mowers that seem to go to the lake there once 4 or 5 times a week. I think they could go down and do the mowing and stuff, so that'd be a great idea. Thank you.
Well, they actually do have their own mowing contract and there is a mowing schedule, so they would fit them in, I'm sure, if they need extra help. Okay, we'll call the question. All in favor? That would be carried. Jackson, is your 7.6, is that a long topic? One of our meetings, you seem to like to take up every meeting, Ag Services Council.
Mr. Reeve, I would say that the amount of discussion will rely heavily on council's questions and information that they require to make a decision.
Oh, you're getting political now. That's good.
We'll start it in, we've got 5 minutes, so. 7.6, request for decision, repurchase of herbicide spray product, page 31 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So as you see in front of you, we have a request for decision to purchase the spray herbicide to be used in our program this year that will cover our roadside spraying in the central zone, as well as gravel pit, private land, hamlet, river, green space, and parks. We based our purchasing, there are 2 vendors that we can purchase the herbicide from. We based our purchasing on the best price for the product that we were looking to get.
Thank you, Gregory. Is there any questions? Councillor Gender?
I'll just make the motion.
We purchased the herbicide from Advantage VM for a total of 72,919 and change.
And
from Viceris Airdrie for a total of $113,000 and change. It's going to be under the budget amount of $200,000.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? 7.7.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Yeah, what about 7.7? Are you?
As well, this is will take only as long as council determines. As you see in front of you, there is a request for inspector appointment. Annually, we hire our ag service staff, and as required, that staff is required to be appointed as inspectors, acting on behalf of the county of Stettler. Ms. Fisher, do you have anything you'd like to add? No? Open for any questions if there are any.
Councillor Grover?
One.
Any other questions? Call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
I think we have everybody for our 10:30 delegation, so we will go into it. It's Ron Granatus, and it's to do with proposed bylaw 1471-25 animal control bylaw.
Mr. Reeve, we should probably do introductions first.
Well, I just want to place the rules up first.
Go forward.
Okay, and just before we start, we have another delegation at 11 o'clock. So we'll be shutting down at 5 to 11 type thing, if there's any questions. So then the next, also the other part I heard, you may have multiple presenters. So just in accordance with that, just kind of divide that time up and make sure they've each got.
Absolutely. I'd like to introduce the people that I have here with me today.
If you could stand near to the microphone, please.
Because you're being broadcasted.
I'd like to introduce the people that I have here today. First person here is my son, Aaron. He's here to learn about the legislative process. Then we have Joe Meyer. He's a beekeeper out at Starland Colony. He runs hives here in the county of Stettler as well. I think he has bees on Justin's, maybe. Yes, sorry, Les Stolberg. He's got them on. Then we have Nicole and we have Renata. They work for the Alberta Beekeepers Commission. They are their tech team leads, and they're here as professional with credential. And then there's myself, Ron Grudanis. I'm a beekeeper. I've been keeping bees for 40 years, since I was that tall, before I could look over this bench here. I'll be presenting first. I'm going to try to go through this as quick as I possibly can. I do have a binder here with a list of questions, stuff that I'd like to be able to leave for council to go and review. I do appreciate your time. And after I'm finished presenting, Renata has a statement that she would also like to read for council. And then we want to leave some time for councillors to ask us questions so that we can answer your questions as they may arise.
Okay, we'll do a quick introduction of the rest of the room, Ron, for your people too. I'll start with Greg Jackson.
Greg Jackson, Director of Operations.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Ernie Gender, Stettler Ward, good morning.
McKay, Denali Red Wall.
Dave Grover, Big Valley Council.
Larry Clark, Botha Gadsby.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Les Stolberg, Councillor Bymore NDI.
James Nyberg, Councillor for Erskine South Warden.
Sarah Fisher, Assistant Manager, Agricultural Services.
Sharon
Larson, Taxes and Assessment.
Yep.
Andrew Richard, Director of Municipal Services.
Mr. Cornelson, Director of Corporate Services.
Christy Lett, Manager of Strategic Initiatives.
Keep going around the corner. Farmers Advocate.
Deputy Farmers Advocate.
Planning Chambers,
And then their microphone is just off, so I just need you to press the big button.
My apologies to Janet. I should have introduced you. Thank you for coming out today. Okay, so I want to talk to you about bylaw 1741-25 as it pertains to beekeeping. There's a proposal in there as a draft bylaw to include apiculture as a licensed livestock. So I'm going to be covering just the benefits of honeybees to the province and to the county, what a beekeeping year looks like, and what the current legislative requirements are for beekeepers that we have right now that we comply with. I want to discuss public safety and honeybee behavior. Renata Ladoshkagne, she's going to be speaking more to this. I'm going to go through where I have all my bee locations and how we go about looking for bee locations, places where we can place our hives. Then I have some recommended solutions and amendments that I think council should take consideration of in changing to 1741-25, some amendments. And then I have some recommended solutions of moving forward, how we can have peace between people like myself who make their living from beekeeping and the general public that resides and lives in the county. I want to start off with, if bees disappeared, there would be no more people, no bees, no pollination. This quote was never made by Albert Einstein, and although it is categorically false, it does highlight a point that one out of every 3 bites that you and I take comes from pollination or some service that is provided by bees to put food on the table. It is a key pillar to food security. Honeybee pollination is essential for 21 different agricultural products. The ones that impact the province the most would be canola production, pulse crops, small fruits, and some vegetables. The bees add about $4 billion to the GDP of the hybrid canola seed industry. We are 80% of their yield. My hives go down to the Tabor Brooks area to produce canola seed. I send 1,000 hives or so a year down there to go and do that. We are the largest industry. We are the largest province. We have the biggest representation of the industry in Canada here in the province, 40%. 40% of Canada honey is produced here in the province. I send more than half of my stuff to the States or to Japan. It's gone to Europe and it's even gone to Yemen before they had the little dust up over there. This in 2023, Stats Canada said that we're exporting $12.5 million worth of honey out of the province to other countries, bringing it back to municipalities where we live, adding to our local economy. It's not circular money. This is new dollars injected into the economy. In Stettler, my honeybees contribute positively to the economy through jobs, through local sales taxes, increased yields of farmers. A beekeeping year is very short and very limited. Bees are an introduced species in Canada, but they do extremely well here. Nowhere else in the world do we see the yields per hive from hives than we do here in the province of Alberta. The season tends to start, I don't know if I got a pointer here or not, tends to start right about now end of March, beginning of April, you'll see that the bee populations in the hives start to really escalate into a peak population, about 50 to 60,000 bees per hive around about the middle of June. They plateau and hold that population till about the middle of August, and then the populations start to taper off. When we get to the middle of September, beginning of October, the season is over, bees go into their dormant stage, and they're no longer an issue. Really, the issues we have would be early spring, this time of the year, but now if you'll notice, the trees have started to bloom, the poplars have put out the catkins, the bees are going to disappear into the environment. They could be sitting right there, you will not notice them. When they start to become a bit of an issue again, where we seem to have more human bee interactions, starts to be closer to the last half of August and the first half of September, when we have our killing frost, the amount of floral sources and nectar sources out there starts to taper off. These are the different flowers that bees will fly on: poplars, pussy willows, dandelions, carriganas. We move into the alfalfas and into the canola, goldenrod, echinacea, thistles, all those different forms. This is where I keep bees in the county of Stettler. All those red dots represent a spot where I keep bees. This is the south half of the county. This is the north half of the county. I count roughly about 100 different bee locations where I have an arrangement with the landowner to have my bees there. They grant access. I renew that permission with the farmer. I try to do it annually. Sometimes I don't see them for 2 or 3 years, but I do my best to keep in touch with the landowners. How I go about looking for a bee location is pretty much hop in my truck, start driving around the county. I take note of where I have my bees, and I try to keep at least a mile away from any other bee locations. Ideal is 2 miles. When you have good carrying capacity, you can put them more denser. If I want to have isolation, I have my bees 5 miles apart. No one is really sure how far bees actually fly. The rule of thumb is 2 miles. When I look at a bee location, I'm thinking 12 square miles is what they fly on. Where they are at is not what I'm looking at. What I'm looking for is a place where they're going to have protection from a north and west wind, because I winter them outdoors. I'm looking for a place where they have access to a riparian area or some wetlands so they can drink water from there, so there's not going to be a conflict between stock waters, horse waters, and the people. And I'm going to look for a place where I can put the bees. They're out of sight, they're out of mind. No one can see them. That keeps my bees safe. And then the public awareness, they can go on living their life in oblivion, oblivious to the fact that my bees are there. Once I've found a suitable place, I go and I try to find the landowner, and I talk to them to see if I can find if I can put them on a small scrap of land. I do not want to have my bee location compromise anyone else's ability to make money off of their land. I do my best so I don't have to drive through a crop. I'm not going to get stuck in their hayfield. I'm not going to go and destroy their property. I am a guest on their land. These are the guiding principles. Don't overstay your welcome. Be a good neighbor. Don't damage their property. Keep the location clean. If it doesn't work for the landowner, we can always move our bees. And I make that abundantly clear to the landowner when I make the agreement with him. If there's any concerns or if there's any questions that they have, I do my best to answer them. I provide them with a copy of my phone number and my email address so that if they need to reach out to me and get a hold of me, they can. I do make every year, I give each of my landowners 60 pounds of honey for every bee location that I have. And in the fall, when I go around, I do my best to try to renew that permission, address any concerns that they may have or anything else that's happening. One of the things that's coming up right now where we seem to have a bit of an issue is we have a lot of aerial sprayers that go out and spray crops, desiccating or spraying for insecticides or pesticides. The Alberta government has started down a path where they're going to partner through CropLife Canada, having field watch and have bee check, so aerial sprayers know where our bees are. If the county wanted to have my bee locations, that could be afforded to the county. I'm enrolling in this pilot project. All my bee locations have a GPS coordinates. Through the Bee Check CropLife Canada Field Watch app, the county would know where my bee locations are because they would have the GPS coordinates for them. This is a pilot project that the Alberta Beekeepers Commission and I are working on through CropLife Canada so that there is less conflict and less collateral damage done to bees through aerial spraying and inadvertent things that happen. There's current legislation that is already governing beekeeping. One of the primary pieces of legislation that exists right now is the Bee Act. I have a binder here. When I leave, I will be leaving this with council or administration. A copy of the Bee Act is in there. One of the requirements as per the bylaw is that I have to register with the province. This is the piece of legislation that states that, and which I do. Now, there's another piece of legislation that governs the Act, and it's a little thing called the Agricultural Operation Practices Act that also governs beekeeping. And in the Act, in the definitions, it describes someone who engages in producing honey for the potential of gain is a commercial agricultural practitioner. It saves us, the Agricultural Operation Practices Act saves us from nuisance claims, and it addresses disturbances caused by best demonstrated practices. Public safety and honeybee behavior. Honeybee behavior is quite predictable. Oftentimes, there is what's needed is just education between acreage owners, urbanites, and bees, how to interact with them. Every year, the last 3 years, I've been going to the trade show. When I interact with people at the trade show, I have my hive there, and I talk to people about this is what happens with bees. This is how you disappear to a bee. This is what bees will do. This is what they'll fly on. This is what they'll go. And that's my effort to try to educate the general public. So there's good interactions between beekeepers and bees and the general public. Foraging honeybees do not have a propensity to sting. They fly around you. They do not see the world like you and I do. They are looking for pollen. They're looking for nectar. The likelihood of you getting stung is slim to none. The likelihood of getting stung goes up higher when they get caught in your hair, or if you start slapping around at them, or you put your arms down, they happen to be somewhere where you get pinched, and they want to, this is the last ditch effort. The other place where you have a propensity to get stung is if you go over to my bee locations and you take the hives and you start kicking them, start pushing them, start pestering them in their beehives. Less than 1 Canadians have actual sting allergies. One of the things I have to deal with is, oh, I have an allergy, oh, I have an allergy. I'm not a medical doctor, so I cannot assess an allergy, but having been stung thousands of times every year, I know how people react to bee locations. Localized swelling is not an allergy. Breaking out in hives, swelling up, and having other issues other than in the site where you got stung, that is a strong indicator that yes, you do have an allergy, but that is less than 1% of the population. I have a study in this book here which states that most people could not identify the difference between wasp, hornet, bumblebee, or honeybee. Bees become active at temperatures as low as 0 degrees Celsius. It is the sunlight that stimulates their activity. They will come out at -10, -20 because they have to fly to poop in the middle of winter. But typically, it's not really that they really start foraging until you get to 5, 10 degrees Celsius during the day. They will fly in excess of 5 miles. They've been documented as flying in excess of 5 miles. Our rule of thumb is 1 to 2 miles. Okay, so getting into the Act, this is a bee location that I have over on McNeil's place. It's straight west of town here. If you'll notice inside, oh, you can't see it on this one. Oh, sorry, no, this is Henry Hennell's place, steel plate for sale, right along the 56. If you drive up and down the 56, you'll see this one all the time. It's been there since I moved here in 1998. I think I've had maybe 1 complaint in all the years that I've been there regarding this bee location, and that was easily dealt with. I move this bee location every year for pollination purposes down to the Tabor area. It disappears middle of June, comes back middle of August. I would like to make a recommendation. You just drop the whole apiculture may issue for the types of following permits and drop apiculture. May is an elective word. It is a legal term. When it comes to beekeeping, it is a legitimate, legally sanctioned through the AOPA and the Bee Act form of agriculture. If we're going to have bees in the county and contribute positively to the economic benefit, we cannot have just uncertainty. We need to have clarity. We need to have certainty. If you have a commercial producer, we'd like to see the word shall issue a license. The bylaw does not differentiate between commercial operators and people that have bees just as a sideline or as a hobby and whatnot. And I think one of the things 13.1, section 13.1 of the bylaw should clarify is someone who is a commercial producer doing this as their living. Joe, that's all he does. Me, it's all I do. If it's May, you're going to put my ability to make you're going to make my ability as my livelihood in jeopardy and in question, and have to seriously consider relocating. So I have a couple questions, and I have a list of questions in my binder that I would like to leave with council. Some of these questions, I'm not going to go through all these questions because I have 9 of them. And I don't know that council is the one to answer these questions, but the administration and the Ag Services Board would probably have to answer these questions. I would seriously like to have a response to these questions that are here. Some of the key questions that I have is, how many complaints has the county received in the last 20 years? I've been here for 28 years. How many complaints, and what is the nature of these complaints? How are they resolved? Who's making the complaints? And what does the county do to resolve these complaints?
That's a question you're asking right now, or it's a question to answer in the binder?
Those are some questions. I would like to leave that with council. I have these questions down here, and if, Mr. Chair, if I can submit this binder when I leave, if I could request administration to get me a response to these questions, I would very, very much appreciate it. The questions are not to be interpreted as being belligerent. The questions are interpreted looking for clarity and for having some good answers and concise answers to them. This is how Joe and I make our living, and we want to move forward. We want to continue doing that here in the county. Bylaw 1741-25, section 35, if amendments are not made to 13.1, it states that the CAO may add conditions to the permit for a bee location. Now, from the way that I read this and the preamble that you received in your February package is that every location that I have would need that $100 fee, and every location would have to have its own independent permit, and that it may be issued and it could be subject to conditions. I would like to know, what is the rationale for these conditions? What do some of these conditions look like? If this has come forward, has to be some sort of thought put into what conditions might be applied to having a bee location. Then secondly is, what is the nature of that these conditions, what problems are they looking to solve? It's nice to have a solution looking for a problem. It's better to have a problem and then finding the solution that's going to work. And will these conditions and will this bylaw actually solve the problems that are deemed to exist? Being angry at the night for being dark is a fool's errand. Beekeepers work to place their colonies in the best possible locations, which ensures access to suitable forage, water, and at the same time providing a buffer between other bee yards, home acreages, and stocks. One of the things that has happened in the last little bit is the city of Edmonton, the city of Calgary, city of Airdrie, they have all brought in beekeeping legislation, bylaws, and whatnot. The distances that they're looking at in the city of Calgary, city of Edmonton, city of Airdrie, 3 meters. The bylaw that is before me here right now asks, and 3 meters from a property line, and just be in touch with your neighbors around you, which is, if you sit there and you think that a city block is 50 feet across, that means they're looking at people that are 100 feet away, and their advice is make sure that you can direct the flight lines of the bees over top of people's heads. You'll be fine. The bylaw that's before me here is asking for me to contact everyone within 1 kilometer of where I put my bees. If we go back to some of the slides of where I have my bees, I have to get in touch with at least half of the county I don't have time to do that every year. I don't have time or the finances to be able to go and do that. And I don't, in agriculture, it's not margin, it's yield. $10,000 is a substantial line on my income and expense. The other thing that talks about here in section 13.7, it talks about anyone who allows licensed livestock to disturb the public is guilty of an offense. In the schedule attached to this bylaw, that offense is direct to court. If I go to the AOPA, it talks about a disturbance because of dust, noise, smell, stink, or whatever. Anyone engaged in best demonstrated practices is not able to be held liable for a disturbance. Anyone that wants to complain has to go to the minister. This is doing an end run around the AOPA. This is one of the questions in my sheet here is, what's the definition of the word disturb? It's extremely subjective. If a bee flying over your head is a disturbance, that's one thing. If a bee coming and stinging you on your foot is, for whatever reason, that could be something different. But what does the word disturb mean? I would like to have some clarity on what disturb means, because that is such a huge, wide, subjective range. I can't go and I can't afford to be sent to court in the middle of my season. And what that is, I have no idea. Fear, anxiety are shackles that are donned willfully by the individual. As you've seen on the picture where I've had all the bee locations, this is another one. This is Red Willow. Calvin Foote lives up in the top left-hand corner of the property. My bees are in the bottom left-hand part of the property. That's the town of Red Willow. The town of Red Willow has lived obliviously for the last 28 years to the fact that I've got bees on the southwest corner of that quarter section right there. In all the years that I've been there, I've had one swarm in one house in Red Willow. If I had to notify all of them, how many people am I going to make more anxious and more worried? Oh, there's bees over there, there's bees over there. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. And why poke sleeping dogs? Don't poke the polar bear. If they're oblivious and they're happy, leave them alone. Be anxious for nothing. Okay. As part of the regular season, I need to get new bee locations. I need to go move bee locations. I move bees for pollination purposes. I need to grow. If I'm staying the same, I'm going backwards. How am I doing for time?
You're running about 8 minutes too right now, so if you have anybody.
Okay. I'm going to skip this one right here. I'm going to go to my recommended solutions. My recommended solution is drop the requirement for licensed bee hives. Let us facilitate complainants by contacting us. We're the professionals. We've been doing this for a long time. We've been doing this for 40 years. Wasps, hornets, bumblebees, I go and I collect those swarms. I take care of them. Last year I took care of 15, 16 calls like that. If there's complaints that come into the county, forward them on to me. Call me. I will deal with it. I'm going to turn it over to Renata, or else I'm going to run out of time.
Okay, good morning, members of council. If you have a hard stop, please just tell me and I'll stop. I just have a statement to read. So good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here at the request of a beekeeper in your county, Ron Gradanus. My name is Renata Labascani. I have a PhD in entomology. I have studied honeybees for many years. I'm a beekeeper and I continue to study and work with bees until today. I'm here to provide some expert information on honeybee behavior, their role in agriculture and ecosystems, and to discuss the implications of bylaw 174125 with respect to beekeeping regulation. My goal is to offer you sound scientific and regulatory context to help inform your decision. Honeybees are essential pollinators responsible for a significant portion of the crops that feed both people and livestock. In Alberta, crops like canola, alfalfa, and vegetables depend heavily on insect pollination. honeybees managed by beekeepers are the most widespread and reliable pollinator species available. Their role supports food security, farm viability, and environmental health. Managed hives placed near cropland boost yields and improve crop quality. This is a direct economic benefit to farmers, ranchers, and local businesses that depend on healthy harvests. It is critical to distinguish between honeybees and nuisance insects. Honeybees are not aggressive by nature. They forage during daylight and they avoid humans and animals and are focused solely on collecting pollen and nectar. They do not defend territory and are unlikely to sting unless severely agitated or trapped. Foraging bees away from the hive pose virtually no threat. When hives are responsibly managed, placed with care, and overseen by trained apiarists, the risk to neighbors is extremely low. Most concerns stem from a lack of understanding of bee behavior. For example, bees will not swarm or attack unless severely disturbed, as mentioned. Honeybees can also swarm if the hive is overpopulated. That is a natural reproductive process and is non-aggressive. Many members of the public confuse honeybees with more aggressive wasps, hornets, or even bumblebees. Sting-related incidents from honeybees are rare, particularly from managed hives. The rate of systemic allergic reactions to bees' stings is estimated at 0.4% to 0.8% of the general population. This is according to Golden et al. 2006. Education and basic precautions greatly reduce risk. Although fear of bee stings is understandable, scientific research and municipal experience consistently show that managed hives near a residence pose minimal public safety risk. For example, Giles and Asher 2006 highlighted that urban beekeeping, when conducted with best practices, does not increase sting incidents and that public concerns are often based on misconceptions rather than empirical data. Moore and Kasut 2013 reported no known public health incidents linked to urban beekeeping in New York and San Francisco. Similar results have been reported by the city of Vancouver and Edmonton, which also allow urban beekeeping. Both found high compliance and no significant complaints or public safety concerns. In Alberta, Nestor et al. 2008 outlined best practices such as strategic hive placement, water provision, and flight path management to minimize any nuisance, confirming that risks are low when these are followed. This consistent body of evidence supports the conclusion that with proper management, honeybees colonies can coexist safely with residential communities. Education and communication are key tools, not prohibition. Many conflicts arise from misinformation. Public education on bee behavior, proper signage, and beekeeper engagement with neighbors are proven tools for maintaining good relationships. Fear dissipates when people understand bees' role and behavior. In fact, honeybees are present in our environment regardless of whether there are managed hives. They will forage within 2 to 5 kilometers of any floral source. Banning or restricting hives will not remove bees from the landscape, but it could remove the stewardship that beekeepers provide. The Bee Act and AOPA already has robust legislation that governs beekeeping. The Bee Act requires all beekeepers to register annually with the province, disclose any hive locations, and follow disease and pest management standards. Inspectors have the authority to enforce biosecurity measures. The Agricultural Operation Practices Act, AOPA, protects agricultural producers from nuisance complaints, provided they follow accepted management practices. Beekeeping is an agricultural activity. The county bylaw is introducing, potentially introduces additional licensing restrictions and notification requirements that duplicate or exceed provincial authority. This could be an overreach and creates unnecessary red tape, potentially violating the intent of AOPA. Practical implications of bylaw 174125 requiring a separate municipal permit, proof of insurance, and neighbor notification for each apiary is excessive. These burdens may limit agricultural viability near urban borders. Most beekeepers, and especially commercial beekeepers, already carry insurance and follow best practices. Those who do not could be dealt with existing provincial tools. A blanket permit system, especially one that allows revocation or denial based on neighbor objections, is unfair and scientifically unsupported. Other municipalities manage coexistence through education and basic oversight. Toronto and Vancouver have simple notification or registration. They focus on education. Calgary has a voluntary best practices and is managed through local agriculture extension. And Edmonton also allows urban beekeeping, but with clear guidelines. For instance, hives must be located at least 3 meters from all property lines or is screened with a solid barrier at least 2 meters high to direct bee flights upward and away from human activity areas. All of these have had successful urban beekeeping programs without significant public safety incidents. They recognize that beekeeping is compatible with residential and rural life. In conclusion, beekeeping is an essential agricultural practice and a critical part of pollinator conservation. Restricting it through excessive municipal regulation could harm local food production, create conflict where none exists, and duplicate existing oversight. Thank you for your time. I'm not sure if there's time for questions.
You have a question, Councilor?
So, Mr. Chair, we may push our other one back just a little bit, but I do have some questions, absolutely. To Mr. Granatus, you talked about, I think, 17.1, the may and shall. I just want a little bit more clarity on the may and shall. You're asking for us to use the word shall and not may. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes.
Push the big button.
I'm asking for the word, when it comes to a commercial producer, there is no delineation between a commercial or a sideline beekeeper in the bylaw. When it comes to a commercial producer, I would like to see the word shall issue a permit. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of, yes, you're going to get it. Basically, we're letting you know we have a beekeeper registration. We're letting you know that we have our insurance policy. We're letting you know where the bee locations are, and you shall grant us a permit. And we have an agreement with the landowner. You shall grant us a permit.
Okay, I see what you're saying on that. Okay, because in the word, and the reason I think we were using the may is it's something that we may or may not do. We may not issue it to anybody just because you don't need it, right? I got a couple more questions if I could, Mr. Chair. Are all the beekeepers in Alberta what you would call commercially very responsible and 100% individuals that you would say are good and responsible individuals? And I know this is a hard question to ask, but I understand I hope you understand where I'm going with this. The big red button you got to push and there you go.
My family is the biggest beekeeping family in the province of Alberta. Joe Meyer here is a beekeeper because my dad helped him get going. I have my cousins, in-laws, and different people that are involved in it. I would like to say, in every crowd, you're going to have a couple bad apples. There are some people that do carry on some nefarious things, but because it is a small 165 or 168 commercial producers, Renata and Nicole here, they are for the tech team with Alberta. They could probably answer this question better than I can, but by and large, we are guests on people's property. We do our best to respect the fact that we are guests. We do not want to overstay our welcome. We do not want to have conflict with the general public. We do our best to behave well.
And 100%. I think we're very well taken care of in Stettler, but there's nothing stopping anybody else from moving into the county of Stettler and opening a commercial beekeeping.
I would gladly assist someone to go and do that. As a matter of fact, every Hutterite colony around here there's 10 colonies that I assist on a regular basis operating bees. Huxley, Alex, Gadsby, Erskine.
Yeah, no, and I totally, I hope you understand where I'm coming, but there's nothing stopping that you guys don't have territorial issues or anything. So then who, and maybe this is for Renata, who is responsible for enforcing the Bee Act? We've had some real issues in the past where the government of Alberta has a tendency lately to be, I would say, almost neglecting doing their duty of taking care of some of our problem issues that are out there. And I don't think this is a localized issue as much as it is a issue that has been brought up in a bigger sense. So we're trying to get ahead of the game, maybe even portionally because the Alberta government's not doing what we're having issues with. So could you just explain to who's responsible for enforcing the Bee Act?
The government of Alberta. Yes, the provincial apiculturist and the bee team.
So my questions are asked. Thank you for that.
Councilor Nyberg, Berg, and Councilor Brown.
I'd just like to thank the presenters for the information. I'm definitely not a beekeeper, so I really appreciate all the information, and it can't be denied how important bees are to our agriculture community. And having beehives on my own property, I fully understand how honeybees are not aggressive. And I'm really quite proud of the county process when it comes to bylaws, because bylaws affecting the public are not pushed through, and the public has an opportunity for input, just like you have today. So your input's definitely going to be considered before this bylaw is finalized. And I guess just for one question of clarification is, in your opinion, do you think that there is not in the animal pest bylaw that we're doing, that the bee raising doesn't even need a spot in that at all? Or are you saying just one registration for all the hives?
I mean, you and I, we've talked. If it was up to us, one registration for all our bee locations. We get one permit as a commercial operator. We tell you where all our bee locations are. And if there's complaints that come into the council, you phone us, we deal with a complaint. That's how things work right now in reality. Like, we don't want to have the blunt instrument of the law held over our heads. We want to have a good relation with the general public, but having every bee location having a permit, or having one blanket permit for commercial operators, that's much better. To go back to your question, Sam Muirhead, she is a provincial apiculturist. Right now she's suffering with cancer. The team for the provincial government. So the bee team is a little bit in limbo, but yes, they are the ones that are in charge of answering it. As far as having a permit for every bee location, you have 3 spots. Joe has 3 bee locations on your property, Mr. Stillberg. One should be enough. One for all of his bee locations. If we let you know where they all are through bee check, we could easily let you know where everyone is without a site plan, without an actual map. You have the GPS coordinates. The provincial apiculturist has permission to go on any person's property where bees are reasonably thought to be without permission from the landowner for any reason whatsoever. It's in the Bee Act here. Mr. Chair, I'd like to give you this binder so that you guys can peruse it or have administration go through it. The stuff is in here.
Okay, thanks for your clarification. And there's no intention here to make this process so onerous that you can't do business. That's never their intention.
Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I think $10 or $100, and then you have 100 or 1,200 sites. That's a lot of money. The one blanket thing, if you have a problem, you deal with it. The first time I had bees at our place, Florence Tucker thought we should just burn my shop down. There's that many of them, but once we learned to get a hold of Mr. Godanis, I've had him there 4 years in a row. Not a problem. I phoned him, he sent his guys. Usually they come and get them at night there. They're a little easier to work with, I guess. And the last time we had to call them back again because there were 3 queens that left and guests went in there. To start out with, I'm a little scared of bees now, not so much, but I still don't like them. But at the end of the day, you have got people that deal with it, and $100 a site is ridiculous. And I think they come to our place because we have pasture in the spring, we have alfalfa blooms late fall or in the later part of the season he showed you. And I think that's why we have, but we're going to fix some bees. We're going to spray the inside of that shop with spray on insulation, so that should solve the problem. No, he comes every time to deal with it, and I don't think, I'm not a bee guy, that's for sure. But at the end of the day, these people look after their stuff and should be allowed to do business if they got permission from the farmer. And if they don't, they won't be, the hives won't be there next year anyhow. They come about 2 miles to my place. Not a big deal now. I just pick up the phone, boom.
I've pulled bee swarms out of RVs, out of granaries, out of buildings, out of floorboards, out of underneath decks, pulled them off of fence posts. I've pulled them out of trees. I've pulled them out of, you name it, where they can find an open cavity. I've had swarms in there and I've gone and I've collected them. I've never charged an individual for collecting a swarm. Sometimes I'll charge for having to get rid of wasp nests or hornet's nests. Last year, I almost burnt a guy's deck down, getting rid of a wasp nest underneath there. But I do it. I need to have a good rapport with the general public, or else my business ceases to exist.
Okay, well, thank you for your presentation. This, and with this, with the proposed bylaw, there is a hearing, public hearing, and then before readings 2 and 3 go through. So this presentation here will be certainly considered, but then there is the whole purpose of a public hearing too. So for us to go through. So.
Please keep us advised.
Thank you, and
Just give it to Andrew.
yeah, give it to Andrew.
And we will get those questions answered for you, just so you can have.
Is the statement, final citations?
Chairman, can I just make one?
Yes. If you want to approve our audited books, that would be.
Just press it again so that the red lights, yeah. There you go. There you go.
So the Farmers Advocate Office does all the appeals under the B Act. We do all the peer reviews under AOPA Part 1 nuisance. So if administration or council has any questions or needs clarification, you can sure reach out to us. Okay.
Thank you very much. No, and thank you all for attending this morning and coming in with this.
Very, very well done. Very well done.
Larry, did she leave her contact?
Did you leave your contact? Can you leave your contact with administration, please? Yeah.
Who needs a paper copy of the finance? I'm deputy.
I'm going to take a break then.
Do you want a paper copy? Yeah, but you guys have this paper copy. Paper copy? I do sell it. Dave, did you want a paper copy?
Dave, do you want a paper copy of the financial audits?
Yeah.
Perfect.
He did get one.
I got.
Well, once we get everybody back in, we will proceed forward.
That's heard it. Be right.
Then you have. Then you're actually strange. Stand up, stretch, choose some candies.
We'll take a 5-minute recess following Julie. That video.
It'll be noon.
Take a break.
Oh, we just got a couple people using the washroom, I think, so. Justin, we just, the ones that are out chatting, just tell them we got a meeting running, please. Paul, you're.
Yes.
$750.
I was going to tell you, it's going to go for 5. But it's probably worth it in today's economy. Live auctions, it would have went for $2,000 each or less.
Where are you off to, Paul?
We're just going to go and talk about it.
Okay, thank
Your
you.
job as deputy reader.
Please do.
We better not send anybody out.
No, we don't want everybody, we want to form.
Get the hammer. Ernie, let's go.
Two of them. Hopefully they take the hint here pretty quick. Okay, we got all the council here.
Together.
We will continue on to our next, sorry we're late, Joanne. You are? Gensel and Company Chartered Accountants, County of Stettler Financial Audit. I bet they don't know who takes that or what we do, or Krista.
Turn it over to Jolene.
Good morning, everybody.
Do you need introductions, Jolene, or do you?
I think I recognize most of the faces that's here. So my name is Jolene. I have taken over the audit of the county from Peggy. So I've just got in front of us a few things to run through. We'll look at the financial statements and some graphs on the results. We'll talk about subsequent events and fraud, just some standard questions that I have to ask. I always suggest going in camera to review the letters and have a meeting between council and the auditor without administration present, as none of those items are required to be part of public record. And then we can come back out of camera and do an approval on the statements and maybe take a short break to sign everything up, if that works. So the first item we're going to look at is the financial statements. We'll just roll right on through. The first page says management's responsibility for financial reporting. So this is where management signs off that they are ultimately responsible for the accuracy of the financial statements and the accounting policies that are used to prepare them. The next page rolls into the independent auditor's report. And so I do want to give a thank you to Yvette, Krista, Teresa, and all the rest of the staff. Everybody did a great job in helping get what we needed, and we do have a clean audit report this year, so no reservations on opinion. We do highlight that there is an emphasis of matter paragraph on the audit report, and that pertains to the useful life of capital assets and the gravel reclamation and inventory, because all of those items are subject to estimates, and any change in those estimates, particularly in those areas, can have a significant impact on the financial statement. So we just bring attention to the fact that those are significant estimates in the statements. Otherwise, we'll roll right on into the statement of financial position. So cash and short-term investments is down 1.9 million. A couple things leading into that. There is a net deficit of 322,000 this year, and there was a net 2.4 million in asset purchases, so not surprising to see that cash position come down to where it is. If we look at note 3 on the financial statements, which is on page 19, you'll see the cash balance there of 15.6 million. And then a note showing that there is restricted cash, and that is all government grant funds that have not been spent yet. So they are held for a specific purpose and redesignated in the financial statements. The next line item on the statements is taxes and taxes receivable. So we'll just look at note 4 while we're there. And you can see both current and arrears balances have gone up this year. So definitely some attention to be paid to collection there. And then the next item, trade receivables in note 6. There's a significant increase in government receivables, and that is driven mainly by the LGFF grant that is outstanding receivable for the end of the year. And in the prior year, the majority of it was tied to Buffalo Lake South Shore. Otherwise, the rest of the receivables held fairly steady year over year. So we'll go back to the statement of financial position, which is on page 4. And we've run through tax receivables and trade receivables. The local improvement levy receivable just has an annual change to it. And that's just collection on the levies that are being held as outstanding.
Jolene, can we ask questions as you go?
Absolutely.
So why would that one go down? Did the levies actually go down, or how would that work?
No, so there was a change in accounting practice several years back where when a levy is introduced, it is no longer an annual collection. You actually set up a long-term receivable like a debt. And as you receive the annual payment on it, it's treated like a loan payment.
Thank you.
The long-term investments of 3.1 million is your investment in the Shirley McClellan line. Down into liabilities, you'll see there's an increase in accounts payable at the end of the year. Out of that 2.8 million, a couple of significant items, there's 588,000 to Finning for an engine rebuild and 245,000 to the town related to the airport runway. So those are the majority of your increase over the year. The next item, just a quick comment on employee benefit obligations is up, and that's due to the number of days that are accrued with a biweekly payroll. It just depends on your cutoff date versus year end as to how many days payroll get accrued into the liability. The vacation portion of that holds steady year over year. So it's really just the number of days wages at year end. Deferred revenue is on note 9. We'll look at those details on page 20. And it will show you the list of grants that are outstanding. So these are grant funds that have come in and haven't spent yet on approved projects. So it's down a little bit. Some of the grants have been used, and then of course new ones come in every year. But that's where you're sitting in terms of grant funds that have not been spent. Out of that 1.8 million in grants that are deferred, 1.7 of it is in cash, and there's about 100,000 of grant monies that are still receivable at the end of the year. Back onto the statement of financial position. So there's an other long-term liability, again tied to Shirley McClellan. That's the county share of the debentures that are outstanding. The debenture debt, I think you'll want to see the note 11 and 12 pertaining to that. So that's on page 21. You can see the two existing debentures for gravel, north and south, and then another one added for greater purchases in the year. The debentures are at rates ranging from 2.5 to 4.1%. The upper end of that is the greater debenture. And then down into note 12 is the debt limit calculation. So still well within bounds of what is allocated based on the financial results, but do have to recognize that because of the guarantee on the Shirley McClellan debt, that factors into your debt limit and debt servicing. Let's carry on down in the notes to 13 and 14. So 13 is your gravel reclamation liability. No change to the rate at which it's calculated. It's all based on the movement and crushing and so on of gravel. So there is an accrual there for closure and post-closure of the gravel sites. And then very similar to that, you have your asset retirement obligation. And this is the liability that is accrued for any asset that has either a legal or an environmental standard for remediation. Most of this is tied to the presence of asbestos in old buildings or landfill sites that are under county ownership. And so initially, you may recall last year, estimates were done as to what that remediation cost would be, and there's a discounting factor and so on. So now on a go-forward basis, we continue to update interest and discount rates to move that liability up every year towards that actual remediation cost. So that's what those calculations are. You've got one change based on the annual interest rate differential and one on the discounting factor, with the goal or the proviso being that as you get closer to the date of remediation on any of those particular assets, that liability should then grow to the outlay of cost that will be expected. So that covers the majority of significant changes in assets and liabilities. The next section in the statement of financial position is the non-financial assets. So let's go to page 9 and look at the schedule of tangible capital assets. And so your significant acquisitions in the year under engineering structures were road work out at Carlisle Estates and Gadsby water lines. In your machinery and equipment, you've got 6 graders, 2 Sea-Doos, a spray truck, an electronic messaging sign, and then a couple of graders that were disposed in the year. And then in the vehicle side, you've got a Freightliner and a pickup, and the fire manager's vehicle that is shared with the town. So those are your significant changes when it comes to tangible capital assets. The other non-financial assets comprise the inventory of materials and supplies. And we're just back on the statement of financial position. So out of that 9.5 million of inventory, 8.9 million of it is gravel. Just over 400,000 of it is supplies for public works. And then 122,000 of it pertains to ASB.
So again, on the gravel, that is gravel that we purchase, not stuff that's sitting crushed, ready to go, is it? Where like, how does that?
All gravel that's in inventory, whether it's crushed or purchased, is in that line.
Okay,
It's
but
a
it's
combination of both.
okay. It is a combination of both, so it's not just we don't have $8 million of crushed gravel sitting there waiting to go.
Of course you
Very good. Yeah, but we don't.
Yeah, 20 million to get there. So.
The next item, land for resale, just has a small decrease, and that is an adjustment on cost of lots that are held, because inventory is required to be held at the lower of cost or net realizable value. The next page of the statements is the statement of operations. Again, this will highlight a few significant items. The first being your net municipal property tax revenue. So that revenue comprises 79% of your operating revenues, which is that top section. If we also factor in a little bit further down the capital revenues, then your taxes are about 68% of your total revenue. So that is your major revenue source. Sales and user fees end up coming in 585,000 over budget. And then we've got government transfers for operating purposes, fairly close to what was budgeted for. But if you look further down below in the capital section, you'll see that you're well under budget, and that's because there was a sewer related project that wasn't completed in the year. So a shortfall with some grant funding there. Penalties and costs on taxes, you'll see a significant increase over budget, and that correlates with the increases in the balances that we see this year. The expenses here are by function. So if we just look at significant ones for roads, streets, and so on, that comprises about 50% of your costs and did come in 2 million under budget. The variance is mainly coming out of lower overtime than projected on the wage side. Your fuel costs are down. There was a bridge project that was deferred, some cost budgeting for dissolution that wasn't required. That was all completed, and a little bit of a downspin on the gravel usage for the year. The next significant change is in subdivision land and development. It's about 400,000 over budget. There were some higher legal costs in the year, more costs related to Buffalo Lake. And then there is a line item for recoverable development costs. Those are up, but the revenue for the recovery is also up as well. So that sort of nets to an overall net zero, but does show up as more on the expense line here. So bottom line shows a $322,000 deficit, which is actually 1.6 million variance over what was budgeted. The next page, statement of change in financial assets. This is really just a reconciliation of the net financial assets to the bottom line. It's sort of like a cash flow statement. but really just a reconciliation of that midway point on your financial assets. So we won't spend a lot of time on it. The statement of cash flows is the next one, page 7. Again, fairly similar to what you're used to seeing in any other type of financial statement. And as we work our way through the rest of the statements and notes, we'll highlight the majority of these changes. So we'll kind of skim through that one. Down to the changes in accumulated surplus. So this shows you here your unrestricted surplus, which is all of your balances not allocated elsewhere out of your surplus. Restricted surplus are your reserves. And then your equity and tangible capital assets, that's the equity or net value left in your capital equipment and so on. The biggest change to that equity would be your annual amortization, and in this case, purchase and disposal of the graders within the year. If we go to page 23 and look at note 16, that will give you the details on your reserves, both operating and capital. You can just see where some of the changes are there. Then when you're ready, we're going to look at Schedule 5 on page 12. And this has your expenditure by type. So salaries and wages, 35% of your total cost, coming in $930,000 under budget. Your provision for allowances, there you can see the large difference between budget versus actual. And just a question or a thought out there as you're looking at budgeting process is how accurate are you really getting that provision in your budget? Certainly you don't want to see the need for that, but if your experience has been that you're dealing with issues in collection, you may want to be prepared to budget for it sufficiently. Interest on long-term debt, nothing in that line is pertaining to the graders in terms of payments. No payments have been made on that debenture yet. There's about $30,000 of accrued interest on the grader debenture, and the rest of it relates to the gravel debentures. The next page is the segmented disclosure. So it's just a bit more of a breakdown on the revenue and expenses to show by type and by function. A couple of items. I'm just going to give you a bit of a breakdown on some things that are in contracted and general services because it does sort of become a catch-all. So with respect to general government, that 1.02 million, 176,000 of that is your contracted assessor. About 160,000 of it is legal expenses, and 123,000 of that is for insurance. In protective services, out of the 893,000, 524,000 of that is your community resource officers. Across to water and wastewater, out of the
protective services, including emergency management, that all expense under that.
Yeah, and I would include part of their revenues as well under the government transfers would be what we recover from our neighbors. But it also complete the police requisition is that half of them.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Across to water, wastewater, 933,000. It includes 560,000 of water purchases. A breakdown on the planning and development side, the 198,000 includes 120,000 for legal costs and 148,000 of those recoverable development costs. A couple items to pull out on the next line down, which is materials, goods, and supplies, another sort of a catch-all.
Could Julie
Yeah.
back up with we don't have a separate, so I guess the separate item on the planning and development they don't get the legal bills when we are doing enforcement, right? That goes, where does that go under general government?
Most of it goes to planning and
I mean,
development.
that's what I mean, from an overview and for the public's, identification, planning and development looks like they're costing us a lot on legal, but a lot of it is.
Most of it would be enforcement. If it's arising out of a stop order, it hits planning and development. If it's any other enforcement, it hits general. Effectively. That's a simplified way of looking at it.
I know we get beat up a lot on our legals, but it's a lot of that people would just do what they're supposed to do.
It would be zero.
Thank you. Sorry, Julie.
No problem. So in the materials line, under protective services, there's $92,000 worth of fire gear related purchases out of that 422,000. The next one over for transportation, 3.3 million there, includes 991,000 for fuel, 808,000 for gravel related costs, and 166,000 for utilities. Under agricultural services, out of the 429,000, 165,000 of that is chemical. And then in planning and development, out of the 354,000, 137 of it relates to Buffalo Lake. The column at the end for other, on the revenue side, that is related to FCSS grant funding. And then down in the expense side, your transfers, the majority of it is FCSS and waste are included there.
And the FCSS is just an in and out. There's no.
We tack on 20%.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Any questions so far on those numbers? We'll look at a few other notes, but it's on the main statement.
Justin's got one.
Just an interesting note with our election promises underway. The carbon tax made up roughly 7% of the fuel price. So when you're talking about $1 million a year in fuel, that should be a nice little savings coming up. And then
Figure a different way to get it out of us.
another 160,000 for utilities as well. So this should be quite helpful.
You have little faith, it'll come back. In spades.
So the next page of the statements start with the accounting policies. Those are all the accounting guidelines that are used to prepare the statements. No changes to any of those this year. We've run through the majority of the notes. I'm just going to make my way down to a couple that we haven't looked at yet. On to page 25, note number 19 are the contingencies that are potential liabilities outstanding at the end of the year. Same disclosure as the prior year, so anything where there could be a liability as a result of either contracts or agreements that you're involved in, it could be some disputes still in place, anything like that has to be disclosed as potential liability, so that's what's included here. Most of these, in the case of legal issues, it's been mitigated with insurance coverage, or the others are just potential where you're part of some kind of a reciprocal group. And if there are excess claims, you're potentially called to help fund the excess. And then towards the bottom of the next page are the outstanding commitments at the end of the year. So this is where there's either a contract in place or some sort of purchase has been approved for assets and things like that, funding agreements, those are all listed there. So those change, some of them change a little year over year when it comes to looking at your assets and your funding for groups. None of the other contracts and agreements have changed from last year. So that's everything from a numbers perspective. Some people are maybe more visual people, so we do have some graphs that we put together. If you can bring that other document up, Andrew, and it just gives you a picture of some of the changes. So the first one is a year a year-over-year comparison of your revenue by types. So this one stays fairly steady. Again, the majority of it comes out of property taxes, a little more with your government transfers and sales of sales of goods and user fees, and then some other small slivers for various other items. But your majority of it, the percentages stay the same year over year.
Can you add that on one page there, Andrew? Or no? There you go, yeah.
I don't know how much this went.
The next page is a similar comparison on expense by function area. And again, you'll see that a lot of it is the same year over year. Fairly predictable as to where the majority of your expenses are by function.
What's provision for allowances?
That's for your debt write-offs, doubtful accounts.
So for water and wastewater at 9%, does that include any wages, or is that the wages flipped over into admin somewhere?
Note that will include wages that are allocated to those specific departments. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You know, those linear taxes, which if you could split the property tax revenue, you would see probably 60-some% is still dependent on oil and gas. But oil and gas companies aren't paying their property taxes.
Can you, one slide, just prove this one? So when you look at our revenue, it's ironic how close that is. The net municipal property taxes, 68%. 66 of that is oil and gas and heavy industry.
Yep.
The third page on the graphs is expense comparison side by side by expense type. So it gives you just a picture of what the total expense comparison is year over year and the breakdown within the group. So relatively speaking, your four majors stay about the same: amortization, materials, contracted services, and wages, but you will see the decrease, or sorry, the increase from 23 to 24, just in total. The next one is a side-by-side over 5 years to show you where your accumulated surplus resides. You can see the vast majority of it is in your equity and capital assets. The red portion is your reserves, which are your designated surplus amounts, and then your undesignated in blue, which has slowly increased a little bit. So there is some room there for potential redesignation to reserves and things like that with planning.
All in all, we're in good shape still.
Yeah. The second last one here, taxes receivable, just a line graph, and you can see 22 to 23, a significant drop, and then back up again a bit in 24. So that just shows you the blue line being the current balances, the red line being the arrears, and then green is the combination of the two for a total.
Some of those in 22 are still in arrears, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, that line is kind of, if we didn't get paid that money, it just, that's a year over year comparison.
Yeah.
So that money out of 22 is still somewhere in the checks in the mail kind of thing.
Or beyond that.
And the last one is a 3-year comparison by asset group of the net book value. So the darker lines being cost, the lighter shaded lines being the amortization. You can see road and water systems have a lot of room left to go before they're fully amortized. But then as you get into, say, machinery and vehicles, much closer together there. Any questions, comments? Anything else?
Don't see any.
Okay, I'll ask my standard questions. Have there been any events since year end that we need to be aware of that could impact financial standing?
From previous year?
No, from December 31 to now. And how about any instances of fraud being reported? That's the crux of the financial presentation. Do you want to go in camera for the letters and the board meeting? Without
We
it.
probably should, typically we do, just, and the only reason that I would say that we do that is, I don't think there's anything of issue, but if there ever was, so that it doesn't look like we're the 1 year that we change and then all of a sudden everybody goes, oh, something happened, they went into camera. So if we do that regularly, then it's just like it's a regular position. I'll make a motion that we go into camera, Mr. Chair.
All question, all in favor? Carried. We'll go to 7.1, request for decision. Approval of financial statements, page 18 of the package. Councillor.
Mr. Chairman, once again, I think our staff has done a phenomenal job. We have a clear understanding of the financial well-being of the county of Stettler, and it's looking awesome. So thank you to the staff. And with that, I would approve that we approve the financial statements that have been presented to us.
Any questions? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. 7.2, request for decision appointment of the 2025 auditor. Councillor Stewart.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Gitzel and Company Chartered Accountants to be the County of Stettler's 2025 auditors.
Questions or concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. And we will recess for lunch and sign the financial.
I'll give you
Meeting at 1:01 p.m. And it would move us to 7.8. Request for decision, Gatsby wastewater and county properties. Were you out and Greg in here? Or?
Yeah, this is Greg's. Oh,
Okay. We will move to 7.
Sorry.
We will move to 7.9. Request for decision, volunteer week proclamation. Page 37 of the package. Is that you, Nikki? The way you.
It'll be Nikki.
is it Nikki? Yeah, Nikki, do you want to take this one? Volunteer week?
You're muted, I think.
She's muted, and we might get some breaking up. It looks like her connection's not being very happy right now.
Oh, there's Greg.
Okay, I'll just turn my video off and see if that helps us
Can hear you.
at all.
Yeah, go ahead, Nikki.
Okay, so, okay, thank you. We're looking for council's decision on National Volunteer Week, April 27th to May 3rd. And typically we recognize volunteers throughout the year. We just did our community service awards, but we also have some activities that are planned for the community, including a barbecue event early in May, and there'll be a free swim at the Stettler Recreation Facility on May long weekend. That this theme, which is volunteers make waves. And that's all I have for your consideration.
Stuart.
I'd like to make the motion that the County of Stettler proclaim April 27th to May 3rd as National Volunteer Week.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? That would be carried. 7.10, request for decision, Nurses Week proclamation. 9 of the package.
And that's Nikki's again. So do you want to keep going, Nikki?
If she's there, that's why I went to it instead of.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, what page of the package do you say?
It is page 39.
39, I was on 29.
Okay. Maybe I said 29. If I did, I apologize.
No, I think you probably said it right. Nursing Week in Alberta has been proclaimed by Minister Adriana LaGrange for May 12th to 18th, 2025. And nurses being the backbone of our system, we're wishing to recognize this week in our region, especially with our recent healthcare doctor shortages and all the extra efforts that have been put in on their behalf to keep our health system functioning at such a high level in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council Nyberg.
Mr. Chair, I would love to. I have a daughter and a wife that are both nurses. I know how hard they work and muchly appreciate the opportunity to be appreciated by the whole community. So yes, absolutely.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried. Okay, then we're back to 7.8, request for decision, Gatsby wastewater on county properties, page 35 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg, did you want to speak to this one?
Thank you. We have before you a request for decision in regards to properties in the hamlet of Gadsby that all house sanitary facilities in them. Currently, we are winding up. We have the last few properties, private properties, being hooked into the wastewater system in the hamlet of Gadsby. These 3 are county operated, and I've brought the information to council to discuss in regards whether or not council wishes for staff to move forward and include them in our wastewater hookup scope of work that we have planned for early this summer.
And we see the cost estimates there. Would that be grant, part of that grant?
Well, it could, except the grant money has basically been allocated to the sewer hookups for the residents and to finish fixing the drainage. It's hard to guess until the other projects were done, but if there was money available, we could definitely put it towards it if you wanted to pull it out of reserves. If it's not, then it would strictly have to probably come out of operations or reserves.
The lines are located on at all of these spots, or are they not? Like, it's not putting in major line?
No, what you see basically there on those items, I can pull up the information here as well. So what we see in those locations, for the most part, is the base price of the work that we see in all the wastewater hookups that are going to be in the hamlet. And with that, we do see a holding tank replacement, just some items of that nature, and then so it's not over the top of what the infrastructure would be required to be implemented into each of these locations. However, as I mentioned, it is up for discussion, somewhat revolving around future use for the structures and the investment in those structures as council sees fit.
There was talk of renting any of them. If you were going to rent them, you would have to have a sewer system in, I would think. So that would be the only option. I don't know what updates are on that, but that was one of the conversations before. Was I think it was on the bank building and possibly the church building. So
I know they've been working with prospective renters, but nothing's been finalized.
Councilor Stevens?
Yeah, my questions are entirely around usage. So since the association dissolved for the ball diamond, has it seen much use? Like, it's a worthwhile investment if it's being used.
Currently, I don't believe that there's been any requests for rental. I'd have to check in with Lorraine, but I don't believe that there's been any requests for rental of that facility at this point in time, merely for the fact that what they can utilize being as the outdoor shed or the open shed area is open for public use, regardless. The previous kitchen facility and the bathroom facilities those doors are all locked at the time to the public, so they aren't in use.
That's really was supposed to be coming up on what future uses, and they're not advertised either. So,
right,
for family reunions or anything like that. Les?
Question on the bank building and the church building, they are vacant and they may always remain vacant. So the sewer line is close enough so that if this wasn't hooked up today, down the road, if it was needed, it would be pretty easy to hook up anyway, right?
Basically, yeah. What we would be saving hooking in this project with the work that we're doing in Gatsby is we'd be saving mobilization. The ability to hook any of these facilities in at a later date is definitely available to council. If there is a need and a requirement for it that comes to the point later on, we can definitely review it then and then move forward on a one-by-one basis or an all at once. Yep.
I was thinking if you're only doing one, anyways, someone local, there wouldn't be much of a cost to get them to Gadsby.
Councilor Gender?
On these, does the church and the church and the bank, do they have septic tanks at their location?
I believe by the prices, Greg, the bank building does, but the church doesn't.
As I'm reading it at this point in time, both properties are not required to have a holding tank replacement.
Was that one then?
In the estimates that I'm reading here.
Not that I think of keeping that one again because I don't think there was ever a need for one there.
No, and I believe that they had the field system
at the bank building.
At the bank building,
but the church never did have a washroom or anything in it. It was water.
That would have to be reviewed. I'm just working off of the price estimate that we received from the contractor. It is not outlined in this price estimate that they would require a holding tank at either location. We could do a background on that and ensure that this is correct.
I'd like if somebody look at the ball diamond too, not questioning the contractors, but the ball diamond has 2 tanks there. And that was one of the drawbacks to using it before. When they had to haul it, they'd have to, throughout a weekend, they'd have to haul tanks out. But the actual pipe comes up right within the 2 tanks. It surfaces there, so it seems $72.50 unless you got to change all the tanks and everything. It does seem like a very high cost to bring something you'd only be using in the summer into a functional basis.
So, Mr. Chair, what's the time limit on this, Mr. Jackson? Are we needing to do this ASAP?
So currently what we're working with, all residents that are hooking into the system have the agreements in place. And we've requested that we have those back by the end of next week, signed and available so that we can move forward with the contractor. They can secure the materials that are required, and then we'll be able to proceed with the project, like I said, early in the construction season this summer.
I'm just wondering if this would wait till our next council meeting. That's all in 2 weeks' time. Just so you can get that information.
Yeah, there's absolutely option. If you wish, we can move decision.
Okay, I would make the motion to table it, but go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
Well, I think in addition to getting that information, I think it would be wise to agree on what a go-forward plan for these buildings is. If we're not sure if we'll be able to rent them, we're not sure if anyone's interested in purchasing them. The bank building, I mean, it may sit vacant until it's a disposal. Until we have a go-forward plan with what's happening with these buildings, I don't want to invest money and throw good money after that.
The one marketable one that's there, I do think, and that really isn't right now, would be the ball diamonds. And if we were planning, but we talked about having to have parks departments or who takes care of bathrooms, et cetera, if you do start to rent that stuff. But it is a facility where there's enough room that people, could utilize it in the summer for camp, for family homecoming, or, not homecomings, but family reunions, et cetera. But right now, that is one of the drawbacks there. And then but it was always a discussion on who do we have that would clean, that would make sure they're maintainable.
Does Gadsby have a trailer dumping station?
No, they don't.
Would that hook on at the ball diamond?
I don't know. It possibly, that could be something that maybe is looked at what it would be, especially if you had the pump out there.
Yeah, I think what we would need to do is an assessment on the size, the capacity would be wise for us to know what volume those tanks will hold, and then do a calculation on somewhat how much would they be utilized. If people were going to be, would we end up needing to have a service where we would, how that would work going forward with those tanks? Like once we set it all up, what would be the maintenance on it?
So this wastewater connection isn't putting this sewage to these 3 places in a line and getting rid of it?
Yeah, it is.
Well, yeah, it will. But we would just want to ensure what we've got for the tanks and whatnot, and our pumps would be all adequate for the volume that's going to be supplied to that area.
Usually that would be 100, roughly 100 gallons off a trailer.
Yeah, because the sewer lines in Gadsby work like Indian. They have to go in a tank.
Pressurized system.
And then be pumped.
Yeah. But that would be an option, and that would be a service, because I would suspect but then you'd have to come up with how much you'd rent for trailer spots and stuff. But there possibly could be people stay there if there was an opportunity to dump their sewer and access water, get water.
Well, why don't you work with us for?
Yeah, till the next, if we can do a little bit more checking, but that would be a good option there. And as far as access, there's lots of access there that you could put it down.
Yeah, no, for sure. So just for clarification, council would like information breakdown of the items, materials for each of the locations that were provided here for the costs, and a double check on the estimate from the contractor to ensure that they have completed.
If there is any follow up with who possible renters were, and just say, look, it's not do something or get off the pot, but it's kind of at that stage, if you're going to rent it, we need to know now, because we would be putting this in as part of that service.
And then what about tank capacity at each?
Well, with that pump, it's kind of, I don't need it.
The only concern I had with tank capacity was at the ball diamonds, when we would maybe be potentially setting up a larger scale. So we would have to know, okay, how many lots are we going to be servicing with the capacity that we got to ensure that
I
we're.
think you were just meaning just to pull in with the trailer and dump, weren't you? Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Especially if you're camping there for a while. And then if, you know, I guess the bank and the church definitely have tanks, eh?
The bank, the bank does, because it has a mound right now, but the church, I don't know if it has a tank or not.
We'll confirm the infrastructure at each location.
Okay, thanks. So we had a motion from Councilor Nyberg to table it till next meeting. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried. 7.11, request for decision, counselor conference request, page 43 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a request from Councilor Nyberg. Did you want to speak to it or?
Sure, absolutely. So, Mr. Chair, thank you. This is one that Alberta Continuing Care Association is a sister organization to ASHA, of course, that I sit on. With this, they are really the acute care people. They look after how this new stand-up, the 4-pillar stand-up from the provincial government's coming in. They're looking at the acute care side of things. This is their kind of deal. However, it does affect us not only locally but provincially. And here's an opportunity to put a think tank forward and get some information, plus hopefully put in our 2 cents about with us having a doctor crisis and that portion of it, but also having the opportunity to see what other folks out there are doing to maybe solve some of the problems. So this came across my desk and I thought, it would be good for 1 or maybe 2 of us to go to this, but I know it is limited, very limited on the amount of people that are able to go. So that'd be my request that I have to go. And I think it's
able to see who's.
It's an afternoon, and then it kind of goes into the evening, and so there's
Afternoon, evening, and then the next day?
No, but I think if I remember right, when I looked at it, there would be one-night hotels.
Councilor Gender?
Guess I'll go with the recommendation. We send Councilor Nyberg to Edmonton for the conference, please.
Questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? Carried.
So, Mr. Chair, just Michelle, you'll make the arrangements then. Thank you.
Request for decision 7.12, appointment of substitute returning officer, page 47 of the package.
You want to take this one?
Yeah, I can talk to this. So back in November or December, council appointed Doreen Nixon as a returning officer. Since the changes prior to the last election, the 21 election, council is required now to appoint a substitute returning officer. The substitute returning officer, in our experience, it's typically also worked as a deputy returning officer, working hand in hand with the returning officer. But council does need to formally appoint them should the returning officer themselves be unable to act in absence or become disqualified from serving as a returning officer, so that there is always a returning officer in place. So Doreen Nixon has recommended Betty Campbell as the substitute returning officer. We do have some fees, some nominal fees that are associated with it. Basically based on what we've done in the past has been a per diem based setup for the substitute returning officer with some preparation time included.
Councilor Grover?
Move it.
Okay, that the county of Stettler appoints Betty Campbell. Any questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried. Okay, old business, offered to purchase lots in Botha, verbal.
Mr. Chairman, I hadn't put this under the camera, but some of the discussion may be, but I can at least start in public and see if we need to go in camera.
Was that in our?
There's nothing in the package. So you'll recall that at our last meeting, council considered a request to purchase some lots in Botha. Administration flagged that some of those lots were not zoned the way we had initially thought they were. They were zoned as public service instead of hamlet commercial. So administration has started undertaking development of the bylaw amendments to rezone either those lots or that whole block. We did speak to the landowner, and we don't think that their proposal is necessarily going to align with either the current zoning or future zoning that would be considered there. So we could discuss that as a draft of a bylaw in camera if you wanted to, but.
You said the landowner or the.
Pardon me, yes, the proposed landowner.
Oh, okay.
The purchaser.
You were the landowner. I was going,
Landowner, pardon me.
but that's what you're talking to yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, the proposal that purchaser came with. We can say that for in camera if council wants to go into the detail on what that looks like. But otherwise, you had made a motion to, I believe, make a counter offer that was then tabled to this.
And Mr. Chair, if I can, to be clear, then what they're proposing doesn't fit into what we have planned there. Okay.
Well, it's all residential.
Yeah.
Across the street. I think the only commercial lot would be the post office, which basically is almost like a house.
Okay.
You know.
And he's looking for a commercial.
Yeah, and it's just, you'd be dealing with early morning, coming to work, leaving, people on site. It could.
So Mr. Gender had brought up the thought pattern that at the end of the block was a possible bigger lot that had been serviced. Now, did we get any investigation into that at all?
But we did look at it. We haven't really investigated it, but when we looked at it, there's houses right across the street from it. And I still think you'd have the same problem, whether you moved it to the east or back towards the water station, you're going to have that commercial mixing with residential. And most of the time that doesn't work very well.
I just wondered
That I would say that we would want to say for the actual zoning discussion, because that wasn't specific to this proposal.
I just wanted to make sure that didn't get lost in the paperwork, because it sounds like it got lost in the paperwork in the transitions.
Already has.
Yeah. So
is there discussions for in camera?
If we want to go into a little bit more detail about what the proposal was and what administration is currently drafting for council to consider as a draft of the land use bylaw, then we could go in camera under section 23.
Okay. Or could we get a motion just to move it to the in camera session?
Yeah, if you want to just say, well, to the in camera session later today.
Council Silver?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we move the purchase of Botha lots into in camera.
Okay. Under third party?
No, under local body competences.
Okay. So that'd be 13.2. Okay, call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Agenda items, memo 9.1 rebolt launch, page 48 of the package.
Springs in the air, we're going to talk about the.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry,
Chairman. I'll let Greg speak to this.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. As you see before you, I've drafted a memo up to council directing operations view of where we're currently at in a state of operation on the boat launch located at Roshan Sands Heights. Later on in 2024, work was being completed up at the marina and in the lake area around the boat launch, dredging out areas, allowing for the silted in opening of the marina to the lake to be cleared out and allow safer passage for the boats to be moving back and forth, as well as we removed material from the lake just out from the shore and had it disposed of on the shoreline for later removal. Through that time, many discussions were had with people utilizing the boat launch at that time and their concerns with the issues that they were having with it and some of the potential for property loss or damage at the time due to the low water levels and at the slope of the boat launch. Through the winter months and now into early spring, operations, planning and development staff, as well as a contractor, attended the site to look at the boat launch again, and we have come to the agreement that it seems as though the water level has dropped somewhat further since we were there last fall, exposing a greater amount of the sloped, the steep sloped area of the boat launch ramp, and causing greater concern with the ability to be able to safely launch boats of all sizes that have utilized this location previously, as well as being able to maneuver the vehicles in and out of that location without any concern to their property. It was with that we determined at that time there is work that we still wish to have completed early this summer at the location. Operations decided at that point that now would be the opportunity. The lake levels are at their lowest part that we've seen in a long time. That we would close the boat launch immediately for a couple of reasons. One, we do feel as though the water levels are lower than they were previously, and there was issues and concerns at that point in time this fall with people bringing their boats out of the lake. And two, it allows for the communication with people who are going to utilize that boat launch. It gives them a clear message as to what our course of action is going to be, and allows for continuity then with use of that launch. My feel is that if we were to have it open and wait and see effect, we're going to have more issues, and we'll have greater concern when we're dealing with the users of that launch. If we decide at that point in time, then we're going to close it after some damage has been done, or after there are greater concerns or of that nature, when we do have knowledge that we feel as though that it isn't operating in the fashion that it was designed to. So with that, we determined that it would be a good time, close the boat launch now, circulate the information, relay and have time to answer questions from stakeholders in the area, and then put together our plan for how we feel that we can mitigate the issue with the ramp at this point in time, and take care of the other construction items that we do want to complete around the marina and boat launch, including some new riprap and pipe installation. The boat launch dock itself, we feel as though may need to be changed in how we approach that due to the low water levels, as well as we are going to be spreading out the sand from the dredging and removing any debris and material that was brought in off the lake bottom as well. If there's any questions or discussion, I'm open to councils.
Councilor Stevens?
My biggest concern is I'm not sure if we have the right information at this point. I mean, there's still ice on the marina, so to say we know what the depths are is somewhat premature, and I have a hard time understanding how our water level went down over the winter so that it's lower now in the spring that we've seen runoff than it was last fall when it froze. I'm having troubles understanding.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Stevens, we do know water depth levels as the contractor was dredging out at the boat launch area and through the settling pond just to the east of that location. So we do know that we are working with roughly 6 to 7 feet of water in that location. Adequate amounts of depth at that point for a boat to float. What our concerns are and the issues are is the ramp angle at which you're going to have your vehicle and boat trailer in on to adequately float your boat in that location to launch it. And the reasoning as many times you'll see water levels drop in bodies of water through the winter months with a lack of precipitation. You still have levels of evaporation You have levels of seepage that will draw the water away from the water body into the surrounding the ground if you don't have adequate coverage and you don't get frost.
I just have a question though, is there, like, if this is the only boat launch into the lake that had a possibility of being open by us shutting it, we'll have, we should have no boat activity unless people are putting them in where they're not supposed to be. Had a discussion with the mayor of one of the summer villages and said, you know, if we shut this, nobody will get a boat in the water. Could there be any consideration? I know it's a bad slope, et cetera, but for the yearly users that were putting them in spring and fall, could there be something through the associations or somewhere where they had a certain truck that was putting them in and taking them out? You know, you may have to utilize the individual's trailers, but as part of that, you know, and they have to sign off on all the liability pieces, but then it's not just every Tom, Dick, and Harry and not the day users that are backing in and out of it, so that it still could be utilized somewhat for the summer of 2025.
Just to answer to that, my intention is that we would be able to, if we close it now, we'll be able to have the opportunity to be able to continue to monitor lake level monitor the lake levels while we do the construction on the boat launch ramp, to ensure that, one, we are mitigating the issues of the steep incline that we are seeing with the water levels. If at that point in time when we complete that construction and we feel as though that boats could be launched into that marina safely without the concerns that we have for property when they're utilizing that launch, and the lake levels have either stabilized or improved, I believe that we could open this launch to the public again. And my discussions I had with the Marina Association, you know, I said, you know, I'll be conservative in my estimates, but maybe we see a reopening of this 1st of July. It doesn't end the entire boat season, but it does give us the opportunity to be able to do the work that we want to get done and completed to the boat launch to ensure that we feel as though that it's going to be in operation safely. And we do get the chance to see what kind of lake levels we see after the spring thaw and with any potential early summer moisture levels that fall.
Councilor Stevens?
I'm fully on board with closing it now to complete the construction. I mean, I really wish it would have been all completed last fall, but it didn't for a variety of reasons. So here we are. So I fully support closing it to finish the construction and all the work required. That makes 100% sense. I would like an update once construction is complete and the ice is gone as to whether or not we close it permanently at that point. I think it is too early to make that decision.
Mr. Chair, I think where staff is coming from on this makes sense to me, because if we close it now, nobody gets a boat on there and then they're stranded because of, I mean, are you going to go up and down and say, well, let's say 10 people get their boats in there and no damages, everything fine. And then we do permanently close it. And then they say, well, I put it in there, I should be able to take it out. It becomes a real pain in the keister. So I think error on the side of caution, saying we're closing it. It's way easier to open it than to close it mid-season. So I am very much in that ballpark of saying, let's close it now. And I understand where they're coming from on this 100%.
I don't think what we're saying is that much different. I support closing it now, do the construction, and bring us back an update.
I don't want any updates.
Yes. You're going to get one whether you want it or not.
We decide. And just to put this in context, I have a V-drive boat, which is one of the deeper boats on the lake as far as depths required. My boat needs 22 inches of water, and we're talking 6 or 7 feet. So there may be a cushion in between 2 feet and 6, I'm just saying.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, to Councillor Stevens, we need to be mindful of the fact that, yes, we have 6 feet in the marina. No, not in every location of the lake do you have 6 feet. We did see significant areas where sand and rocks were exposed and came out of the water last year. And I have walked many areas up and down that lake where you would go from a 4-foot depth up to your knees in the matter of meters. So we do want people to be aware. Lots of the boat or the lake users do know where they are able to travel safely. So no, I'm not going to police the boat use out on the lake. My concern is mostly with the safety and the use of the boat ramp that the County of Stettler operates, and that we will ensure that we will take the time, we'll get it right. And at that point, when the construction is complete, if we feel as though the utility of that ramp will be adequate for people to utilize safely and get their boats in the water, will be reopened at that time for them to then at their own discretion determine how they want to utilize the rest of the lake. Absolutely. At the same time, closing it now is and mindful of the fact that to allow someone to launch their boat, they may have a dock location on the lake or something that they wish to dock it to. However, they may also wish to pull it out of the lake if there's damage or something that they incur to the boat. So if we were to allow them to launch it in late May, close the boat launch for construction, and they have damage to their boat and have to leave it sit in the water, as we will maybe potentially be the only launch available while we do our work, there may be some concern over the frustration that boat owner may have. So I feel that if we close it now and the boats are not being launched out of our location, it allows us the ability to do the work we need to do. And the boat owners and lake users are using their own discretion at other locations.
Councilor Grover?
Yeah, that one was put in way too steep. Now they gotta deal with it. And we never put a boat in there, but there's people that they want to put the boat in there, tie it up there, and they want to keep it there and all the rest of it. But at the end of the day, I don't know, maybe you should just close the damn thing and use the other ones. Because you can close it. Why wouldn't you bench it off? But you could use the other ones, you live closer to the other.
I live closer to the other closed one, yeah.
Yeah, the other closed. But rebuild it just before winter. That didn't make sense to me either.
We tried to rebuild it before winter.
I know, and I didn't. Yeah, I went and had a look at it.
But it could be the only one, other than County Camrose has a grant or an application, or did they have an approved grant to approve?
They have an approved grant, but they don't seem to really have a firm direction on where they're going.
It's strange. They were approved for X amount of dollars for repairs and renovations, I guess, to their boat launch without a plan in place or approval for what they were going to upgrade. Seems like a flaw in our granting system, but that's another topic for another day.
Another topic. Councilor Gender?
Is there much of a chance of regrading it so it's going to be more of a gentle slope? And also, so like I'm just kind of wondering, like with those concrete slabs, are they chained together, like is it a continuous?
Yeah, so our intention is that the slope will be regraded, and where you can see basically that breaking point in the picture there, you can see where it goes from a relatively mild slope, correct, yes, right along there, to a rather steep drop, and it gets steeper as you go into the marina from that point. So our intention is that we will have enough working space that we will be able to pull from above water level. We won't have to work in water level, but we will have to break the connecting chains to those concrete slabs or fingers and work back and regrade it so that the slope will be a gentler slope working down into that water body.
Is it provincial boat launch still open?
At the Roshan Sands Provincial Park, I can't comment on whether it's open or not and the utility of that launch.
I was stated at the meeting the other night it was closed, but that was just what was said at the meeting. Mr. Stevens?
I'll make a motion that we close the boat launch to complete the construction and bring back an update next month. Is a month sufficient to complete the construction?
We're basically working with the frost that's in the ground at the launch and the ramp at the moment. I would prefer if we could do an end of May.
I'll leave the timeline out for administration to bring back an update
Might be sooner.
when construction is complete. I would like to point out that there is a third option between outright closing and not, and that's to limit the use to the smaller craft. We do have a lot of fishermen that have pretty small, modest boats that require very little water. We do have, I'm assuming handheld use would be still usable, the kayaks, the canoes, that sort of thing. And we do have quite a few sea doers. Once again, you need minimal water levels. So we do have a third option when you bring back your update where it is these are allowed and the bigger craft are not.
Right.
Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Stevens, absolutely. I mean, those units do require far less water to be able to float and launch those items. Anyone who's wishing to utilize the area there for launching kayaks or paddleboards or things of that nature will still be able to use the grass areas that they can travel across, by foot and reach the lake and put out on that if they wish. We just want to make sure that, because even at the current state that it is in right now, a single jet ski trailer, you will drag the tongue of the trailer on the concrete when you drop it over that edge to put it in. So that is the concern. It doesn't take much water. You don't have to get it in very far, but dragging it over those rough edges is a little bit hard on them. So that is the concern that we have.
Having owned a boat once, everything was expensive about a boat, so that would just be one more addition.
The two happiest days of a boat owner's life, when you buy it and when you sell it.
That's an old saying. I'm gonna take my boat with me. Yeah, I do have something to say. We got to, even the one in the bay is pretty hard to get out on the water with the boat. And it's about the best one there is out there, so. I don't know, like how many times you want to fix it.
This one here, the ice damage isn't as bad as what a White Sands is because of where it's located, eh?
Oh, that White Sands, let me see, where does the wind come from? The north. And it's on the south side, unless they build a berm.
That's a huge dollar factor.
More the environment don't want you to do one. Because they didn't over there at Robbie Granfield's, Abbey fund, he wanted to build one. He was gonna pay for it, and they wouldn't allow it.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Stevens, we will be continuing updating yourself, as I had mentioned to you previously, that we'll keep you in the loop so that if there's any questions that are coming from lake users and groups, you'll have the information firsthand, be able to speak to it before you maybe get caught off guard. But at the same time, we have made contact, and I do have direct phone contact and emails with the Marine Association, et cetera, and we'll be in relaying information through to them as well as they're interested parties. They have their annual general meeting, I believe it's this evening, out at the lake for the Marina Association. They're dealing with their own low water headaches as well at the lake, so we'll be keeping in close contact and making sure that any updates are being circulated.
And we have a motion on the table from Counselor Stevens. I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Reports, Chief Administrative Officer's report. Everybody's had a chance to look at it. Always lots of information in it. Everything that we've did for the last, I guess, month. It's every month, isn't it, this report?
Yes.
Yeah. First meeting of every month, report comes up. Go ahead.
I was just gonna receive it for information if somebody has any questions.
Go ahead. Okay. Any questions on it? Councilor Grover?
I thought we were gonna move it. Get it out of the road.
It's moved, but you can still, if there's a question on it, you can still ask it. So I'll call the question. All in favor? That would be carried. Financial reports. We've got 11.2.1 accounts payable registers, page 88. 11.2.2 bank reconciliation, February 28th, 2025. The 12.2.3 year-to-date budget, and it goes 88 to 108 in our package. Councilor Gender?
Question to Greg, Capital Industries, is that mower? Wind mower?
Yeah, through to Councillor Gender, yes, that is the grader mounted mower from Capital I Industries. It has arrived and will be placed on, we are actually going to roll out with the grader. We still have the gravel reclamator on it at this point in time. We are going to play around with it a little bit in the meantime before the grass gets started, and see what other uses we have and conditions that we can utilize it in. And then we'll switch over and get the grass mowing attachment put on that grader and move through with it.
Okay. Question to you on your gravel reclaimer, how does it work?
From what we had last year, we're going to go out, actually, Councillor McKay, that's one of the items. We have a meeting next week. We're going to go for a little road tour, and I would like to go out and we'll take a look at the locations that we were working on last year in his area, where we did do some of the reclamation and pull it back up onto the road and worked it back into the surface. So we'll get a look at that, and we can take some pictures and bring back some more information to council. As truly an operations mind, it's not so much what you do in the fall with that. It'd be what you're working with in the spring when the frost comes out of the ground and you start blading the roads again. So we'll be able to get a better idea of what we're working with and how we can integrate that back into the road top, that material, and ensure that we're getting adequate gravel back to the road and not bringing too much of the soil.
Oh, great, thank you.
You bet.
One other question on page 91, Clearwater. Who are they?
That's chemical, I think.
Yeah. Water treatment for the
Okay.
Water treatment.
Thank you. That's it.
Any other questions, or can we have somebody move the reports? Councillor Nyberg, you'll move them. Call the question. All in favor? That would be carried. Councillor fee sheets, page 109 of the package. Any questions or concerns, Councillor Nyberg? Okay, any questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? That would be carried. Councillor committee reports. On the first page, it hasn't been a lot to put in. Second page, there's a few more. Is there any additions, or anybody wants to question anybody on the reports, or if the person writing the reports has any depth?
I'll give a quick verbal on one that I didn't get in, and that was on ambulance. It was almost exclusively a policy update meeting. Linda led it. It was all policy updates to ensure that we maintained our credentials, and it was very much administrative, steady as it goes.
And then also just an update, we do have a tour. We're going to be touring a doctor with anesthesiology on, it's a GPA on the 17th and 18th. So hopefully they're interested in our community, and that could be a start.
Did you add the hospice into the, that was brought up in the last one, I just wondered.
The last doctor recruitment, we pitched the idea, depending, they're trying to cater it to each specific doctor. So if they have an interest in geriatrics and some of those things, then
It's just a huge, it's a big community supporter, right?
yeah, no, it
Shows how we're committed to
It's
health.
supposed to be put in contact with people at the hospice, so I don't know, we haven't had another meeting since that, so. But hospice was definitely brought up there. Councilor McKay?
If nothing else, I'll move that we accept the reports.
Okay. Councilor Stewart?
I was just gonna add a few things. I didn't have a library report because that fell on while we were up at RMA, and but there wasn't too much. I did check in going on with that, and the same with museum. It fell in what there was other meetings on. So, but just letting everybody know that they're having the Model T show in Stettler coming in July. I believe the 16th. It will be at the museum. And then the museum is looking at changing their entrance approaches to widen the main one and add a second one. The existing one is really in the wrong spot, so that would probably be removed and another one added from the new property that they purchased from the county. And this time they're waiting on the town to come, their planning department to come look at it. So, but those are kind of the things happening at the museum.
Any other updates? Paul, you'll accept the updates? Okay. Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Consent agenda items. 12.1, Government of Alberta, read be prepared for spring hazard season. 12.2, Register of Elected Officials Education Program. Congrats, Councilor Nyberg, page 127.
Thank you.
And Minister of Tourism and Sport, invitation to bid for the 2028 Winter Summer Games. Everybody's reviewed those. Any questions, comments, other than congratulations to Councilor Nyberg? Councilor Gender, you'll move those?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Question, all in favor? Carried. We're into our, if I can have somebody move us in camera, we're into in-camera session. Councilor, okay?
I will do so.
Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Thanks, Landon.
like to move my motion that was formerly tabled to the floor,
Taking it up from the table.
taking it up from the table. Thanks, Robert.
I did have to Google that one. That one's not in the back of my head.
Hey, well done, Andrew. You make me proud, buddy.
Question on the table, all in favor? Opposed?
No, we're voting, hold on. We're voting on to untable it. That was what we were voting on. Okay, so we're all in favor of untable. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Now you gotta tell me. No,
Can you read the motion up?
Sorry, I just have to write notes.
You didn't want to untable it?
Well, the motion was to counter offer for the purchase of the Botha lots. At, I think it was 10,000 per.
Yeah, so motion 101 was.
Don't know if you have to put the price in, do you?
Yeah.
The county of Stettler makes an offer of 10,000 for lots for lot 7, 8,
Non-acceptable.
And
9, lot 2, plan.
0821859.
Okay, we have that motion on the table. Call the question, all in favor? Opposed?
Mr. Denner, which way did you go? You did not take the offer. That's fair enough.
Give you a motion for adjournment. Next meeting is Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025. We have a motion for adjournment.